You think you are living your own life, but you are merely dragging around a biocomputer that was programmed by others. Every thought you have before going to bed is not yours. It is a social disease injected into your subconscious mind since childhood. You have become a servant to your own mind, completely oblivious that the real master inside you is dying in starvation. Tonight, stop searching for answers in the dark. Drop all your desperate doing and slip into the infinite abyss of silence. Let your mind get completely drunk on this silence so that your true soul can finally step out and awaken. Hello, my friends, my fellow travelers on this beautiful, mysterious path of life. It is beautiful that you have gathered here tonight, right at the edge of the day, as the world outside slows down and the darkness begins to blanket the earth. This is a rare moment, a very precious threshold. But as you lie there in your bed, cozy, warm, and ready to rest, I can see that although the world outside has slowed down, something inside you is still rushing. The machinery of your mind is still running at maximum speed. The wheels are turning, the thoughts are colliding, and the inner chatter goes on and on, like a waterfall that knows no rest. You want to sleep, you want to find peace, but the mind says no. There is still so much to calculate, so much to worry about, so much to plan for tomorrow. Let me tell you, you are not alone in this distress. Modern humanity has become completely trapped in this mechanical routine. You have been taught by your society, by your education, by your parents, how to use the mind, how to sharpen it like a sword to fight in the competitive marketplace, but no one has ever given you the switch to turn it off. You are carrying a biocomputer in your skull that has been running non-stop since the day you were born, and it is exhausted. It is tired. It is spent. And because it cannot rest, your life has become a constant undercurrent of anxiety and tension. Before we dive deeper into how to reprogram this beautiful instrument we call the subconscious, before we learn how to dissolve the heavy clouds that block your inner sky, I want to invite you to do something very small but incredibly significant. If you feel that these words are touching a chord in your heart, if you feel that this presence is bringing a subtle warmth to your room, take a single second to tap that like button. Share this stream with someone you love, someone who is also tossing and turning tonight, searching for a drop of silence. And if you haven't done so yet, subscribe to this channel so we can continue to walk together night after night into the vast, uncharted spaces of our inner beings. Tonight, I want to talk to you about the true nature of meditation. because there is so much confusion around this word. The English word meditation is not fully adequate, but we have to use it because a better word does not exist in your language. In the East, we have a very specific word. The word is dhyana. For 2000 years, languages all over the world have recognized that dhyana is essentially untranslatable because it doesn't denote an action, it denotes a state of pure being. When people in the West start looking for ways to calm their minds, they usually stumble upon two things: concentration or contemplation. And they think that concentration is meditation. Let me tell you, concentration is not meditation. Concentration is a faculty of the mind. It means focusing your scattered consciousness onto a single point. It is extremely useful in the objective world. Without concentration, there would be no science. The whole art of the scientist is to forget the entire universe and pour his whole attention onto a tiny atom, a single cell, a mathematical equation. It is like using a lens to concentrate the sun's rays onto a piece of paper. When the rays meet at one single point, they create fire. Concentration is a narrowing of your consciousness. The narrower it becomes, the more powerful it is to penetrate into the mysteries of matter. But because it is a narrowing, it is a state of deep tension. It forces the mind into a cage. It is an uphill struggle against the natural, vagabond nature of the mind, which loves to leap from one object to another. It is exhausting. Many well-meaning people write books telling you to sit still and concentrate on a candle flame, or a black dot on the wall, or a specific thought. They tell you to force your mind back whenever it wanders. That is not religion. That is a sports arena. You are fighting with yourself. You are dividing your consciousness into two parts, the controller and the controlled. And a person who is constantly fighting with himself can never know what peace is. He will only become more fragmented, more neurotic, more deeply split. Contemplation is a little wider. It is like philosophy. You choose a subject, for example, you contemplate beauty or love. Your mind is allowed to move, but it must stay within the boundary of that specific subject. You move from one beautiful experience to another, from one beautiful sunset to a beautiful flower, but you remain confined to the subject matter. Philosophy uses contemplation as its basic tool, just as science uses concentration. But both concentration and contemplation are focused on an object. Whether the object is a stone outside or a thought inside, it doesn't matter. It is still the other. The religious concern is not with the object of focus. The religious concern is with the one who is focusing? Who is this one inside you who concentrates? Who is this one who contemplates? Who is this silent watcher behind all the scenery of your life? You cannot concentrate on this watcher because who will do the concentrating? You are it. You cannot turn your own consciousness into an object in front of you. A mirror can reflect the whole world, it can reflect the trees, the mountains, the stars, but can you force the mirror to reflect itself? No, because by the time you turn the mirror to face itself, there is nothing there to reflect. Consciousness is exactly like that mirror. It is irreducibly the subject. It is the core of your existence. When Buddhist monks entered China 2000 years ago, they didn't have a word for dhyana. So they borrowed the Pali word jhana, which Gautam Buddha used in his revolution against the priesthood. In China, jhana became chan, and when it traveled across the mountains to Japan, it became Zen. Zen simply means dhyana. It means meditation in its truest sense, which is not an activity upon an object, but a state of absolute, unconditional relaxation in your own center. I am reminded of a beautiful story that illustrates this perfectly. 3 men were walking early in the morning, enjoying the cool breeze, when they saw a Buddhist monk standing at the crest of a hill. He was standing completely still, like a statue, staring into the horizon. The 3 men had nothing to do, so they began to argue about what that fellow was doing up there. The first man said, "As far as I can see, he is expecting a friend who has been left behind. He is standing at the highest point so he can see him the moment he comes over the horizon. He is waiting." The second man shook his head and said, "I cannot agree with you. When a man is waiting for a friend, he naturally looks back once in a while to see if he is coming, or he shifts his weight from one foot to another out of impatience. This man hasn't moved a single inch. My feeling is that these monks keep cows for their morning milk, and his cow must be lost somewhere in the valley. He is standing up there, scanning the wilderness, searching for his lost cow." The third man looked closely and said, "Both of you are wrong. When a man searches for a lost object, his eyes move, his head turns from side to side. This man's eyes are half closed and his face is completely still. He is not searching for anything. He is meditating. He is a holy man." They couldn't agree, so they decided to climb the hill and ask the monk himself to see who was right. The first man approached the monk, bowed, and asked, "Respected sir, Are you expecting a friend who has been left behind? Are you waiting for someone? The monk opened his eyes slightly and said, expecting, waiting. I never expect anything, because expectation is the root of all misery. My religion teaches me that I cannot even be certain of the very next breath. So how can I wait for someone? I am not waiting. The second man laughed and said, Aha, I told you so. Tell me, sir, is your cow lost? Are you looking for your cow? The monk smiled and said, You are even more foolish than your friend. A monk possesses nothing. I do not own a cow, nor do I have any desire to look for anyone else's property. I am not searching for anything. Then the third man stepped forward with a confident look and said, Then surely you are meditating. You must be in a state of deep meditation. The monk shook his head and answered, Nonsense. Meditation is not an activity. One does not meditate. One is meditation. To tell you the truth, so that all you fellows can stop your gossiping and go on your way, I am simply standing here doing nothing. Is that objectionable to you? The men were bewildered. Doing nothing? But it doesn't make any sense to us. Just standing like a statue on a cold morning, doing absolutely nothing. The monk replied, But that is exactly what meditation is. Sitting, standing, or lying down. Doing nothing, not with your body, not with your mind. The moment you start doing something, you move away from your center. You become a doer. And the moment you become a doer, you enter the world of tension, the world of cause and effect, the world of the mind. But when all doing ceases, when you are simply there, just being utterly relaxed, that is meditation. And let me tell you, this is a knack. It is not a science that can be written in a textbook with logical formulas. It is not a craft that requires long years of painful practice. It is a knack like swimming or riding a bicycle. You play with it, you experiment with it, and suddenly, one day, you catch the feeling of it. You can be lying right now under your blanket, warm, comfortable, and you can just play with the idea of doing nothing. Why torture yourself with the lotus posture? Westerners come to India and they waste 6 months just trying to twist their legs into the lotus posture, hurting their knees, crying in pain, thinking that this torture is spiritual. The whole of India sits in the lotus posture naturally from childhood because they don't use chairs. Nobody has become enlightened just by sitting on the floor. Posture has nothing to do with it. Your body should be in the position where it is least troublesome, least tense. If it is comfortable for you to lie flat on your back, then lie down. As you lie there, just look at the thoughts that are passing across the screen of your mind. Do not try to stop them. Do not try to fight them. If you try to stop your thoughts, you are giving them energy. It is like jumping into a muddy stream to clear the water. The more you jump around, the more you stir up the mud from the bottom, and the water becomes even more undrinkable. You don't need to do anything to clean the stream. You simply sit on the bank. You look at the muddy water with indifference, with no judgment, with no evaluation. You don't say, "This leaf shouldn't be here, this mud is ugly." You just sit and watch. And as the stream flows, the dead leaves are carried away by the current. The heavy mud begins to settle to the bottom of its own accord, and suddenly you are looking at crystal clear water. Your mind tonight is like that muddy stream. The experiences of the day, the worries about your finances, the conversations you had, the hurts you felt, they have stirred up the mud. If you try to force the mind to be quiet, you are adding more mud to the stream. Just lie down, be the watcher on the bank, let the mind chatter all it wants. Say to yourself, "It is none of my business." The mind is a machine. It is doing its work. Let it do it. If you can maintain this neutral watchfulness, you will notice a miracle happening. Slowly, the speed of the chatter will begin to drop. The thoughts will start moving with a little more distance between them. And between two thoughts, you will find a tiny gap of silence. It may last for only a split second. It may be almost imperceptible, but it is there, in that tiny gap where there is no word, no thought, no projection. You will get your first glimpse of your true nature. You will realize that you are not the mind. You are the space in which the mind functions. You are the infinite, silent sky, and the thoughts are just passing clouds. The clouds come and go. They can be dark or light, but they cannot color the sky. The sky remains pure, virgin, untouched. This is the great secret of reprogramming your subconscious mind. You do not reprogram it by shouting at it or by forcing positive affirmations onto it while it is screaming with anxiety. That is just another layer of deception. You reprogram it by introducing it to the vastness of your silence. When the subconscious mind dips into the cool waters of your inner being, all its old programming, all its fears, its neuroses, its conditioning begin to wash away naturally, just as salt dissolves when it is placed in the ocean. As we move into this silent journey together, I want to share something from my heart. Creating these spaces for you Bringing these words of light into your bedroom is my greatest joy. But to keep this stream running, to make sure these teachings reach millions of souls who are crying in the dark, we need your active support. If you look below this video, you will see a button called Join. By becoming a channel member, you can help us sustain this sanctuary of meditation. And if you feel a deep wave of gratitude tonight for the peace that is descending into your room, you can send a super thanks as a direct token of your appreciation. We also have a collection of beautiful ebooks that can guide you deeper into the art of silence during your waking hours. Every little gesture of support helps us build a more conscious, loving world. Let us continue to lie still, completely relaxed, allowing the words to wash over you, not as information to be remembered by the intellect, but as music to be felt by the heart. Do not try to memorize what I am saying. Listening is very different from hearing. Hearing is mechanical. Your ears receive the sound waves. It is a simple physiological process. Even animals hear. But listening is a spiritual art. Listening means you are hearing with your whole presence, with no thoughts running in the background, no prejudices interpreting the words, no judgment saying this is right, this is wrong. You are just an open ear, a blank sheet of paper, a silent valley that echoes the song of the mountains. If you can listen in this way tonight, then even a single word, even a small fragment of this truth can become a seed that falls into the fertile soil of your heart. You don't need to cultivate it. Understanding has its own way of growing. Once the seed is dropped in the right place, it will begin to sprout of its own accord when the spring comes. And the spring always comes to those who know how to wait with patience, who know how to just be without any hurry, without any desire to arrive anywhere. Let us sink deeper into this coziness, completely unconcerned with the clock, completely unconcerned with the world outside, as we allow the mind's machinery to slowly run out of fuel. When you look deeply into the mechanics of the stream, you understand that the water is not your enemy. The dirt is just an accidental visitor. It has entered from the outside world, from the muddy pathways where the bullock carts travel, from the dusty fields where life's everyday business happens. The water itself remains inherently pure, waiting behind the distortion. In exactly the same way, your subconscious mind is not your enemy. It is a vast, beautiful repository, but you have permitted every passing traveler to dump their garbage into it. Society has fed it fear, the priesthood has fed it guilt, the politicians have fed it ambition, and your modern marketplace has fed it a deep, chronic restlessness. And now, as you lie there, you try to force this complicated machine to be quiet. You try to impose a forced stillness from the outside, using your willpower, using your discipline. Let me warn you, anything brought about by willpower is going to be wrong. Willpower is the very language of the ego. It is aggressive, it is violent, and it always functions through repression. When you try to repress a thought, you are actually investing your energy into it. You are pressing down the lid of a boiling pot. For a few moments, or perhaps for a few hours, you may succeed in keeping the surface look calm. But deep down, in the dark basement of your subconscious, that energy is becoming pressurized. It is becoming condensed. It is turning from a simple passing cloud into a chronic volcanic rage. This is what happens to the so-called good people, the respectable people, the saints of your society. They look so calm, so balanced on the surface, but if you look closely into their eyes, you will see a deep-seated ugliness, a chronic, repulsive undercurrent. They are sitting on a mountain of dynamite. They have controlled themselves so much that they have lost their natural juice, their spontaneous rhythm, their elegant flow. They are no longer alive. They have become paralyzed. And they call this paralysis meditation. Let me tell you directly, paralysis is not healthy. Paralysis is not meditation. True meditation brings you an abundance of life, a radiant intelligence, an absolute sensitivity to everything that existence makes available to you. So, if you catch your mind racing tonight, do not look at it with condemnation. Do not say, "This is bad, I must stop this." Condemnation is just another trick of the mind to keep you involved in the game. Instead, just observe the race as a completely neutral bystander. If an angry thought arises, do not justify it and do not condemn it. Just look at it as if it belongs to someone else, as if it is a cloud moving in the inner sky. Look deep into it, penetrate it with your awareness, and you will find that the anger is just a symptom. Behind the anger, you will discover a chain, perhaps a subtle wound to your ego, a hidden expectation that was broken, an ambition that failed to reach its target. And as you look even deeper into that ego cloud, a beautiful phenomenon occurs. Nobody has ever been able to find anything solid in the ego. It is like an onion. You peel one layer, then another layer, and if you go on peeling, finally you are left with absolute emptiness. When you see that the ego is empty, it simply disappears, And with its disappearance, the anger evaporates like morning mist. Suddenly, a tremendous light breaks through, not out of effort, not out of will, but out of simple, relaxed understanding. You realize that you have been fighting with ghosts, chasing hallucinations, wasting your life's precious energy on things that do not exist at all. This relaxed watchfulness is what I call the ultimate reprogramming. You are not replacing an old ugly program with a new beautiful program. That would still be a program. You would still remain a robot. If a machine is programmed to do bad things, and then you program it to do good things, it is still a machine. It has no consciousness of its own. My effort here is not to make you a better robot. My effort is to destroy your robotic nature completely, to dissolve the programs entirely, so that your pristine, uncorrupted consciousness can take charge of your life. Every child is born with this uncorrupted sky. If you try to remember your life backward, your memory will get stuck somewhere around the age of 3 or 4. Beyond that, there is a complete blank. It does not mean you did not exist before the age of 4. Many incidents must have occurred. You laughed, you cried, you played, but your memory biocomputer had not yet started recording data. Up to that point, you were an emptiness pure, virgin, completely unclouded by the words of society. You brought an infinite emptiness into this life, an unbounded space. That emptiness is your true self. Silence is your intrinsic quality, while the mind is nothing but the total sum of all the words you have accumulated since that recording mechanism started. But the problem is that our entire global culture is dominated by verbs, by noise, by articulation. Silence does not pay in your marketplace. Words pay, cleverness pays, cunningness pays. Your politicians, your professors, your priests, your corporate leaders, if you condense them down to their very core, you will find they are simply highly articulate people. They may have no wisdom, they may have no true intelligence, they may even be completely idiotic inside, but they have mastered the game of playing with words. They know how to construct sentences that impress, that manipulate, that create fear and greed in others. And because everyone wants to succeed on that social ladder of ambition, everyone begins to overload their biocomputer with more and more words, more and more concepts, more and more tension. And tonight, that heavy burden is sitting on your chest as you try to rest. The mind has forgotten how to be quiet because you have treated it like a slave that must work 24 hours a day without a single holiday. Even when your body falls asleep, the mind goes on dreaming, projecting, fearing, trying to solve the problems of tomorrow using the dead experiences of yesterday. It knows no rest, and because it knows no rest, it has become weak, dull, dragging, completely devoid of any real juice or charisma. If you can learn this simple knack of shifting your focus from the words to the spaces between the words, you can give your mind the rest it deserves. When you listen to me, or when you look at your own thoughts, do not just focus on the figures. Look at the background. Words are the figures. Silence is the background. Words come and go, but the silence remains. It has always been with you, right around the corner, waiting for you to simply change your gestalt, to flip the switch of your attention. When the mind is allowed to rest in this deep, uncaused silence, it accumulates a tremendous amount of energy. Then, when you turn it on to use it in your daily life, it functions with absolute intelligence, with immense precision, with an authoritative power that goes directly to the hearts of others. Your words are no longer dry bones. They become full of life, full of sincerity, full of fire. This is what people call charisma. It is not a magical trick. It is simply a mind that knows how to relax completely into its source and gather its scattered forces. So let us play with this relaxation tonight. Do not make it a serious, gloomy affair. Millions of people miss the path of meditation because the word has taken on a very heavy, serious connotation. It looks like a church or a cemetery. It looks like it belongs only to people who have long faces, who have lost all sense of fun, playfulness, and celebration. Let me tell you, those are the qualities of a dead mind, not of a meditative consciousness. A truly meditative person is immensely playful. For him, life is a play, a game, a beautiful festival to be enjoyed with absolute totality. He is relaxed, he is loose, he flows like water, accommodating whatever comes his way. If you feel this loose, flowing energy rising within you right now, let it be an invitation to join our global family of seekers. Look down below your screen and you will see the join button, which allows you to become an active member of this commune, supporting the continuation of these nightly transmissions. If this space has brought a touch of clarity into your heart, you can express your gratitude by sending a super thanks, which acts as a direct blessing to keep this sanctuary alive for all weary travelers. And if you want to steep your waking hours in this same playful awareness, explore our digital bookshelf of ebooks designed to bring the fragrance of meditation into your ordinary days. When you allow yourself to be playful, you create the perfect climate for a miracle to happen. Henry Ford once made a statement that his success was due to nothing but catching the right opportunity at the right moment. Someone asked him, if the future is unpredictable and opportunities pass by so quickly, how can you be ready to catch them when they appear? Ford replied with immense insight, you don't try to be ready, you simply keep on jumping. Do not worry whether an opportunity is there or not. Just go on jumping. When it comes, you will already be in motion. You will jump upon it and be done with it. If you wait, thinking that you will start jumping only when you see the opportunity, by the time your mind registers its presence, it will already be gone, leaving nothing but dust on the road. I say to you, do the reverse. Forget about catching opportunities and simply learn the art of playful relaxation. Keep on giving a chance to meditation night after night, without any expectation, without any tension. Do not say to yourself, it must happen tonight or within 3 months or 6 months. Expectation is a linear movement of the mind. It creates a future, and a future means tension, anxiety, the fear of failure. Just lie under your warm blanket, cozy, enjoying the cold night, and play with the idea of being utterly still, doing nothing. If it happens, beautiful. If it does not happen, that too is perfectly good, because you gave it a chance, you enjoyed the play, you relaxed your body, and you rested your mind. When you are completely relaxed, without any demanding ego, without any spiritual ambition, the right moment arrives. You do not jump upon meditation. Meditation suddenly jumps upon you. It descends like a cool breeze from the mountains. It enters through the open windows of your being, and once it jumps upon you, let me tell you, it never leaves. There is no way to throw it out because it is your very nature. It is you. You can lose a possession, you can lose a position, you can lose a relationship, but you can never lose your own being. This is why the West is turning so intensely toward these inner treasures today. The Western man has succeeded beyond his wildest dreams in creating material richness. He has conquered nature. He has accumulated wealth. He has built magnificent cities, and he has surrounded himself with every possible comfort and material gadget. But in achieving this external victory, a tragic imbalance has occurred. The journey has consumed his soul. It has left him weary, empty, and deeply impoverished inside. Outwardly, all is available, but the master of the house has disappeared. The possessions are there, but the one who should enjoy them is missing. This is a beautiful paradox. Only when you become outwardly rich do you become fully aware of your inner poverty. The first fully, when you are outwardly poor, you are too busy fighting for bread, clothing, and shelter. Your eyes are always focused outward, projecting that happiness will come when you get a better house, more money, a higher position. You write with white chalk on a chalkboard because only against that dark contrast will the white lines show clearly. External wealth provides that black contrast. When you are sitting in your beautiful air-conditioned room with a filled bank account and every security available, suddenly the inner darkness shows up with crystal clarity. You look inside and you see a black hole, a deep abyss of meaninglessness, a terrifying loneliness that no amount of money can ever fill. Out of this bewilderment, a global desire is arising to find one's roots again, to rediscover one's interiority. And the East, down the centuries, has perfected the technology of the inner world, just as the West has perfected the technology of the outer world. There is no need to create a division between the two. I am utterly against the old traditional spiritualists who worship poverty, who claim that the body is an enemy and that to be spiritual you must torture yourself, starve yourself, and live in dirt. That is not religion, that is masochism, a sickness of the mind. I believe in the organic, undivided unity of existence. Matter is simply the visible form of spirit, and spirit is nothing but the invisible form of matter. They are your body and your soul inseparable, deeply intertwined, functioning as a beautiful harmony. Your body cannot exist without your soul, and your soul cannot manifest without your body. To create a split between them is to create a schizophrenic humanity, a torn apart individual who is constantly fighting against his own nature. My vision is of a new man, a whole man, whom I call Zorba the Buddha. Zorba represents the material plane, the objective approach, the one who can enjoy food, wine, music, luxury, and all the pleasures of the earth with absolute intensity. Buddha represents the subjective plane, the inner stillness, the witness who stands on the hills utterly detached, centered, overflowing with bliss and compassion. Divided, both Zorba and Buddha are poor. Neither is a full circle. Joined together, they become the richest expression of humanity possible on this earth. So, Do not think that by lying here tonight and listening to these words, you are trying to escape from your everyday life. You do not need to leave your business. You do not need to abandon your family. You do not need to run away to a cave in the Himalayas. Many have gone to the mountains, but they carried their stupid minds with them. And wherever your mind goes, it creates the exact same world around you. It is not a question of changing your geographical location. It is a question of changing your inner state. When you go to your office tomorrow, be a businessman. Be efficient. Calculate. Do what is necessary to earn your livelihood. But remember, business is only a livelihood. It is not your life. It is a superficial activity on the circumference of your existence. The problem happens when the shop enters your head, when you carry the ledger, the calculations, the anxieties of the marketplace back into your home, into your bed. When you close your shop, close it completely. Leave it there on the street. When you come home, be an innocent child, be a passionate lover, be a silent meditator. Have the capacity to put your doing aside like an old coat and step directly into the world of your being. This capacity to transition from doing to being is the ultimate freedom. It allows you to become the center of the cyclone. Your life will continue on the outside. In fact, it will move with much more intensity, more joy, more creativity, and more clarity than ever before, because your energies will no longer be leaked away by useless chronic worry. You will do all small and big things with absolute grace, yet at the very center of your being there will not be even a ripple. You will remain just a watcher on the hills, simply seeing all that is happening around you, knowing with absolute certainty that you are not the drama, you are the seer. Let us sit on the bank of the river tonight, completely unconcerned with how far the water has to flow. The night is long, the room is quiet, and the space inside you is expanding with every breath you take. Let the mind chatter. Let the old programs run out of energy as we prepare to drift into the deepest layers of your unconditioned reality. This separation between the doer and the witness is the foundational error that keeps you running in circles, chasing a shadow that you yourself are casting. When you try to separate yourself to watch your mind, you create a beautiful fiction, a spiritual split. You become a house divided against itself, and that is a state of deep inner sickness. The true psychology, the psychology of the Buddhas, is not a psychology of division. It is not an analytical game where you sit and slice your mind into tiny pieces, trying to fix the broken parts, gluing the dead leaves back onto the tree. It is a radical process of transcendence, of stepping completely out of the mechanism so that you are no longer fueling it with your identification. Look at what happens when you go to sleep. If you are deeply worried about a problem, if your mind is racing with calculations, you cannot fall asleep because you are holding onto the steering wheel. You think that if you let go, the car will crash. But let me tell you a simple truth. The car is already running on an automatic pilot. Your breath continues without your permission. Your heart pumps blood without your calculations. Your digestion functions perfectly well while you are completely unconscious. Nature does not depend on your little ego to survive. The ego is a very late arrival, a tiny ripple on the surface of a vast, infinite ocean of intelligence. When you lie down tonight, practice this deep let go. Allow the body to sink into the mattress and allow the mind to run like a clockwork toy that has been wound up during the day. It has a certain amount of momentum. It will tick, it will jump, it will chatter. Let it tick. Simply be the space in which the ticking happens. When you do not feed the ticking with your attention, when you do not say this thought is good, that thought is bad, the momentum naturally begins to die down. The wheels spin slower and slower. The gaps of silence become wider and wider, and suddenly you find yourself floating in a space of pure, uncaused bliss. Bliss is not happiness. Happiness is always dependent on an object, on a condition, on the other. You feel happy because you have found a lover, or because you have made a profit, or because your name is in the newspaper. But because your happiness depends on something outside of you, it is always accompanied by a shadow of fear. You are afraid that the lover will leave, that the profit will turn into a loss, that the newspaper will forget you tomorrow. Your happiness is just a decorative lid on top of a deep well of anxiety. Bliss is entirely independent. It is your intrinsic quality. It wells up from your own center for no reason at all. You are blissful simply because you are alive, because you are breathing, because you are part of this magnificent, mysterious universe. It doesn't require a position, it doesn't require wealth, it doesn't require the approval of your society. In fact, it requires only one thing, that you completely forget your separate entity and melt into the whole, just as a drop of water melts into the ocean and becomes the ocean itself. This is the state that Gautama Buddha reached under the Bodhi tree. And this is the state that is waiting for you tonight, right here in your own bedroom. You do not need to wait for a future life. You do not need to travel to a sacred temple. The temple is within you. The doors are wide open, and the Master is waiting. All that is required is that you stop running, stop calculating, and allow yourself to sink into this moment with absolute totality. Let the words you are hearing become a soft, warm blanket that wraps around your consciousness, guiding you away from the noisy marketplace of the world into the sacred sanctuary of your own interiority. There is no hurry, there is no goal to achieve, there is no test to pass. You are already at home. You just have to open your eyes and realize that the treasure you have been searching for all over the earth has been hidden inside your own heart from the very beginning. This inner search is the only real adventure available to humanity. Everything else is just a repetition of the old routine, a circular game that leads to the same frustration over and over again. When you look at the successful people in your world, the billionaires, the politicians, the celebrities, do not be deceived by their smiles. Do not be fooled by their golden cages. They are the poorest rich people on the earth because they have sacrificed their being for the sake of having. They have accumulated mountains of dead things, but they themselves have become dead in the process. Be courageous tonight. Dare to be a nobody. Dare to drop the masks, the titles, the ambitions, and look at your own naked reality. In that nakedness, you will find a beauty that never fades, a grace that belongs to the stars, a silence that is older than time itself. Let the mind race if it must. You are the sky, and the racing mind is just a passing storm. The storm will pass, the clouds will empty themselves, and the pure blue vastness of your consciousness will remain untouched, unblemished, eternally alive. This is why I have created these nightly encounters for you, not to give you a new philosophy, not to burden your mind with new theories, but to act as a gentle reminder. I am just a friend who has awakened a little earlier than you, sitting by your bedside, whispering into your ear as you prepare to rest. I can see the dawn breaking on the horizon of your consciousness, even if your eyes are still closed, even if you are still trapped in the middle of a nightmare. The nightmare is not real. It depends entirely on your sleep. The moment you decide to wake up, the monsters will vanish, the fear will evaporate, and you will find yourself standing in the full light of the morning sun. So let go of the steering wheel completely. Trust the intelligence of existence that has brought you this far, that sustains the trees, the rivers, the stars, and your own physical body. Trust this deep, dark night to hold you, to heal you, to wash away the dust of the world as you prepare to dissolve into the primordial silence of your true home. It is very rare for a person to realize that their entire life is a composition of others' opinions. Think about it. Everything you know about yourself is borrowed. Someone told you that you are beautiful and you believed it. Someone told you that you are intelligent and you believed it. Someone told you that you are a failure and you carried that wound like a heavy rock on your back. Your identity is nothing but a collage made from the gossip of the marketplace. You are completely dependent on the votes of others to feel that you exist. If people smile at you, your structure feels supported. If they frown or look away, your foundation begins to shake. This is a state of total slavery. A person who depends on the feedback of the world to find their identity is a political creature, even if they have never stepped into a government building. They are constantly manipulating, constantly performing, constantly wearing plastic smiles to secure the approval of the crowd. They have no center of their own. Inside, they are empty, terrified of their own nothingness. The truly religious man is someone who has discovered an authentic center within himself, a center that cannot be created by human hands and cannot be destroyed by human opinions. If the entire world goes against him, his center remains absolutely undisturbed. If the world crowns him a king or throws him into a prison as a criminal, it makes no difference to his inner climate. He knows who he is from his own direct experience, not from the testimony of a crowd. He is a master of his own consciousness, a king without a kingdom, reigning over the vast internal empire of his own silence. This is the target of our journey together tonight, to flip the focus of your awareness from the self to the consciousness. When you are self-conscious, you are always worried about how you look, how you are being judged, whether you are accepted or rejected. The emphasis is on the me, on the ego, which is a false entity. But when you are self-aware, the emphasis is entirely on the quality of your alertness. You look at the situation, you look at the person who is insulting you or praising you, and you remain a mirror. A mirror reflects the beautiful flower and the ugly stone with the same absolute fairness, without becoming attached to the flower and without becoming disgusted by the stone. When the flower moves away, the mirror is left completely clean, ready to reflect whatever comes next. Your mind has been conditioned to be a recording tape, not a mirror. It grabs onto experiences, it clings to memories, it hoards hurts and resentments, and it carries them forward into the future. That is why your mind is so crowded, so noisy, so heavy with the dust of the past. Tonight, let us practice the art of being a mirror. Let the thoughts pass across your consciousness without leaving a single scratch, without leaving a trace. Let the day that has passed dissolve into the darkness, knowing that it is gone, absolutely gone, and it can never be brought back. There is a beautiful ancient saying that if you run, you will miss the path. If you sit, you will arrive. This sounds completely illogical to the modern, efficient mind, which believes that speed is the only way to achieve results. But the modern mind is a product of linear time, a product of a very narrow, short-sighted vision that believes you only have one short life of 70 or 80 years, and that every second you spend doing nothing is a tragic waste of money and opportunity. This linear concept of time is the source of your chronic anxiety, your ulcers, your cardiac arrests, your modern madness. It forces you to live in a perpetual state of emergency, always rushing toward a future that never arrives. In the ancient East, we understood that time is not a straight line. Time is a magnificent circular wheel. Everything in nature moves in circles. The earth rotates in a circle. The seasons return in a circle. The stars travel in a circle. And life itself moves in an eternal procession of births and rebirths. You have been here millions of times before, and you will be here millions of times again. There is no hurry. There is no scarcity of time. Enough time, more than enough time, is available to you. You can afford to sit down on the bank of the road and watch the grass grow. You can afford to spend an entire night lying in your bed, doing absolutely nothing, just enjoying the sheer flavor of your own presence. When you drop this linear hurry, a tremendous patience enters your being. And let me tell you, patience is the secret key that opens the doors of meditation. If you are in a hurry, you will always remain tense. And tension is a wall that prevents the unknown from entering your heart. But when you are deeply patient, when you are not asking for any instant results, when you are ready to wait for years or even for lifetimes just to get a single glimpse of your true nature, that very patience creates a deep, profound silence within you. Your urgency disappears, your anxiety evaporates, and in that relaxed state of no hurry, the miracle happens. The boundary between you and existence suddenly melts away, and you find that the goal you were running after is already right here, pulsating inside your own breath. So let us go slow tonight. Even if your mind tells you that you are wasting time, look at that thought and smile. Say to the mind, yes, tonight I am going to waste time beautifully. Tonight I am going to celebrate my laziness. Tonight I am going to rest in my own empty space. The mind will find it very difficult to argue with you if you accept the waste with joy. It only gains power when you fight it, when you try to be efficient, when you try to use your willpower to make it quiet. When you surrender completely to the silence of the night, the mind loses its grip, its machinery stalls, and you are left in a state of pristine, unconditioned freedom. This freedom is your birthright. It does not belong to any religion. It does not belong to any church. It does not depend on any holy scripture. You brought this freedom with you into the world, and you will carry it with you when you leave your physical body. Do not let the small temporary worries of your daily life rob you of this eternal treasure. Let the concerns of your job, your finances, your relationships take a back seat for a few hours. They are just small, passing dramas on the stage of your life. They are not your ultimate reality. As the darkness grows deeper around your house, let your inner light grow brighter. Not a light of thoughts or ideas, but a light of pure silent awareness. Let it illuminate the dark corners of your subconscious mind, dissolving all the hidden fears, all the repressed anxieties, all the old conditioning that has been holding you back from living your life with absolute totality. You are a child of the universe, born out of its infinite mystery, and tonight is the perfect opportunity to return to your source, to recharge your energy, and to remember who you truly are. Sink deeper into your mattress. Allow your body to become completely heavy, completely relaxed, as if you are melting into the bed itself. Let the breath come and go naturally, without any effort, without any control, like the gentle waves of the ocean washing against a silent shore. You are here. You are now. You are safe. And the vast, compassionate intelligence of existence is watching over you, guiding you deeper and deeper into the ultimate sanctuary of your own inner peace. Every thought that arises in your mind is like a small bubble on the surface of a deep, silent lake. The bubble appears, it floats for a few moments, and then it pops and dissolves back into the water, leaving no trace behind. You do not need to fight the bubbles. You do not need to catch them or prevent them from arising. Simply watch them with absolute indifference, knowing that you are the deep, vast water beneath the surface. The surface may be rippled by a passing breeze, but the depths of the lake remain eternally still, eternally cool, eternally quiet. This deep stillness is where your true power lies. It is not the power of control or domination. It is the power of absolute freedom, the power of being completely yourself, untouched by the noise and confusion of the world outside. When you carry this stillness into your sleep, your dreams become beautiful, transparent reflections of your inner clarity, and your rest becomes a deep, profound rejuvenation of your entire being. You wake up in the morning with a fresh vision, a radiant energy, and a heart that is ready to greet the new day with a song of joy and celebration. So let us drift together into this beautiful dark abyss of silence, leaving all words behind, leaving all calculations behind, as we enter the gateless gate of your own eternal reality. The night is your friend, the silence is your home, and your own being is the ultimate destination of this sacred journey. The mechanism of the mind is a very delicate, highly sophisticated biocomputer that has been fed with data for generations. Your parents gave you their conditioning, their fears, their unfulfilled dreams. Your teachers gave you their logic, their information, their rigid structures of right and wrong. Your society gave you its ambitions, its morals, its subtle methods of manipulation. By the time you became an adult, your mind was no longer your own. It was a crowded marketplace, filled with the voices of dead generations, all shouting at you, telling you how to behave, how to think, how to live. And the greatest trick of this mechanism is that it makes you believe that you are the one thinking. When a voice inside your head says, "I am not good enough," or "I must succeed at all costs," you do not look at it as a piece of old tape playing in your biocomputer. You identify with it completely. You say, "This is my voice. This is my feeling." This identification is the root of your bondage. It is as if a puppet has forgotten that its strings are being pulled by an invisible puppeteer, and believes that it is dancing out of its own free will. Tonight, As you lie here in the stillness of your room, let us begin the work of disidentification. When a thought passes through your mind, create a small distance between yourself and the thought. Look at it as if you are watching a stranger walking down the street outside your window. The stranger may be dressed in rags or in royal robes. He may look angry or happy, but he has nothing to do with you. He is just a passing figure in the scenery. If you can maintain this distance even for a few minutes, you will feel a tremendous burden lifting from your heart. You will realize that you are not your anxieties, you are not your failures, you are not even your successes. You are the independent witness, the pure consciousness that observes the whole parade of life without becoming a part of it. This is what the ancient masters called the awakening of the inner master. When the master awakens, the servant, the mind, naturally falls into its proper place. The mind is a magnificent servant, an instrument of incredible utility when it is controlled by a conscious being. It can calculate, it can organize, it can create beautiful structures of language and technology. But when the servant becomes the master, it is a tragedy. A blind mechanical machine cannot guide a conscious soul. It can only lead it into darkness, into conflict, into deeper levels of misery and neurosis. Let us put the servant to sleep tonight. Say to the mind, your work for the day is done. You have calculated enough. You have worried enough. Now go to rest. I am taking charge of the house. When the mind sees that you are alert, that you are no longer paying attention to its chatter, it naturally begins to quiet down. It is like a child who is throwing a tantrum to get its parents' attention. If the parents continue to watch with an indifferent, loving smile without becoming disturbed, the child eventually tires himself out, drops the toys, and goes to sleep. Your subconscious mind is like that child. It has been throwing a tantrum for years because it has been overloaded with energy that it doesn't know how to digest. By withdrawing your identification, you cut off the supply of fuel. The thoughts begin to move slower, the emotional waves become calmer, and you are left in a state of absolute, transparent clarity. In this clarity, your body can heal itself, your nervous system can repair the damage done by the stress of the day, and your soul can touch the edge of the divine, recharging its batteries from the eternal source of all life. Do not be afraid of the silence that is descending into your room. To the mind, silence looks like death, because the mind can only exist where there is noise, where there is conflict, where there is activity. When the noise stops, the mind feels like it is dissolving, disappearing, and it panics. It throws up a new wave of fearful thoughts just to keep the conversation going. It says, "What about tomorrow's bills? What about that person who insulted you? You can't just lie here and do nothing." Look at this panic with an amused smile. It is just the mechanical reflex of an old program that is terrified of losing its control over you. You are not the mind, so its death is not your death. On the contrary, the silence of the mind is the birth of your true being. When the chatter stops, you do not disappear. You appear for the first time in your true colors. You find that behind the noise there is an ocean of love, a reservoir of wisdom, a deep, profound peace that cannot be shaken by any external storm. This peace is your true home, the place where you belong. And tonight is the perfect opportunity to sink into it completely, without any reservations, without any fear. Let the mattress hold you, let the blanket cover you, and let my words dissolve into the background of your consciousness, becoming a gentle, rhythmic lullaby for your soul. There is nothing to achieve, nothing to fix, nothing to change. You are perfect as you are, a beautiful, unique expression of this infinite universe. Allow yourself to rest in that perfection tonight, as we slide together into the deep, dark, beautiful ocean of your own unconditioned silence. The dawn will bring a new day with its own challenges, its own opportunities, its own activities. But tomorrow you will move into the world with a different vibe, with a different presence. You will walk through the marketplace not as a slave of your conditioning, but as a conscious master of your own life. You will look at people with eyes full of compassion. You will listen to their words with an open heart, and you will respond to situations out of your inner clarity, not out of your old mechanical reactivity. But all of that belongs to tomorrow. Tonight, your only responsibility is to be completely still, completely relaxed, and completely here. Let the breath become shallower. Let the heart beat slower as you move deeper into the twilight zone between waking and sleeping, where the mind ends and your eternal reality begins. Sleep well, my friend. Rest deeply, and let the peace of the universe fill your soul to overflowing. This freedom is not something that can be negotiated, nor can it be kept in a safe deposit locker. The moment you try to possess a moment of silence, you have already killed it, because the very desire to possess is a movement of the mind, And the mind is the graveyard of all that is real, all that is alive, all that is beautiful. You have to understand this deep greed of the human consciousness. You have spent your whole life being a hoarder. You hoard money, you hoard clothes, you hoard houses, you hoard relationships. And because this has become your habitual way of functioning, the moment you get a tiny glimpse of the beyond, the moment a drop of bliss falls into your heart, the old habit immediately takes over. The hoarder inside you wakes up and says, "Aha, this is a magnificent experience. Let me grab it, let me store it, let me figure out a technique so that I can have it on demand every single day." And right there, in that very look of greed, the door slams shut. The sky disappears. The fresh breeze turns into stale air, and you are left sitting inside the dark, dusty prison of your own ego, holding on to a dead memory. Spiritual greed is far more dangerous, far more subtle than material greed. Material greed is very gross. Anyone can see it. If a man is running after money, if he is obsessed with power, it is obvious, it is transparent, and sooner or later he will hit a wall of frustration and realize the futility of it all. But spiritual greed disguises itself as a virtue. It dresses up in holy robes, it uses the language of the scriptures, it talks about enlightenment, about cosmic consciousness, about divine bliss, but beneath the holy garb, it is the same old ugly mind playing the same old game of ambition. It doesn't want to change. It only wants to change the object of its desire. Instead of wanting a bigger car, it now wants a bigger spiritual experience. Instead of wanting to dominate people in the marketplace, it now wants to climb higher on the spiritual ladder and look down upon the ordinary mortals who are still trapped in the world. Let me tell you, there is no spiritual ladder. There is no higher and no lower. All that is right here, right now, in this very breath. The concept of growth, the concept of evolution, the concept of reaching a destination, these are all inventions of an ambitious mind that cannot accept the absolute perfection of the present moment. You do not need to grow. You do not need to improve yourself. You are already an expression of the divine intelligence. You are already a masterpiece of existence. Your only problem is that you have been trained to look outside yourself, to compare yourself with others, to judge your reality according to the yardsticks of a sick society. Think about the difference between an expert and an amateur. An expert is someone who operates from the past. He has accumulated a vast amount of dead information. He knows all the rules, he knows all the techniques, he knows all the answers, but because his mind is full of the old, he is completely closed to the new. He cannot see the unexpected surprise of existence. He cannot hear the ancient music in the pines because he is too busy matching the sounds against his textbook theories. He is a professional, a technician, a machine that can repeat a routine with absolute efficiency, but he has lost his soul in the process. An amateur is someone who functions from a state of not knowing. The word amateur comes from a beautiful Latin root that means a lover. An amateur is a lover. He does things not for profit, not for recognition, not to achieve a goal, but simply out of love, out of sheer joy, out of innocent curiosity. He has no reputation to protect. He has no theories to defend. He has no techniques to enforce. He approaches each moment with open eyes, with a wondering heart, like a child who has just stepped into a magical forest for the very first time. He is ready to be surprised, he is ready to be corrected, he is ready to fail, and because he is so open, so vulnerable, he is the only one who can truly learn, the only one who can truly experience the fresh, living waters of reality. In the world of meditation, you must always remain an amateur, never become an expert. The moment you think you know what meditation is, you have lost it. The moment you create a routine, a system, a habit out of your silence, it becomes just another mechanical pattern of your biocomputer. It loses its freedom, it loses its spontaneity, it loses its fragrance. You must approach your bed every night not as an expert who knows how to relax, not as a yogi who has practiced awareness for years, but as an innocent, tired child who is ready to dissolve into the dark, mysterious embrace of the unknown. Let the day that has passed be completely forgotten. Do not evaluate whether it was a good day or a bad day, a successful day or a day of failure. These are all distinctions of the ego, and they have no relevance in the vast, silent empire of your sleep. Look at the deep, fundamental failure of success in your world. Why is it that the moment a person succeeds in achieving their highest ambition, they are met with a crushing sense of disillusionment? You see a man who spends his entire life working 80 hours a week, sacrificing his health, sacrificing his family, sacrificing his peace of mind, just to become the president of a corporation or the prime minister of a nation. He believes with absolute certainty that when he reaches that peak, he will find contentment, he will find security, he will find a deep, lasting joy. He climbs the mountain, he stumbles, he fights, he kicks others out of the way, and finally, one morning, he arrives at the top. He stands on the peak, he looks around, and suddenly a terrible shock hits him. There is nothing there. The peak is empty, cold, barren. The happiness he had imagined was just a mirage that kept moving farther away the closer he got to it. This is the great tragedy of the ambitious life. Success fails you completely. When you are poor, you can always comfort yourself with the illusion that tomorrow, when you get money, everything will be fine. Your hope remains alive, your future remains secure. But when you become rich, when you achieve your goals, your hope is murdered. You can no longer deceive yourself with the promise of tomorrow because you have already achieved what you wanted, and yet inside the hunger remains exactly the same. The dark hole in your being is still screaming for fulfillment. This disillusionment is a very critical moment in the life of an individual. If a person is foolish, they will think, perhaps I chose the wrong mountain. Let me start climbing another peak. I became a billionaire, but I am still empty. Let me now try to become a politician, or let me now try to become a spiritual master. They change the direction of their running, but they continue to run. They don't see that the problem is not with the peak, the problem is with the running itself. Running is a movement away from yourself. It is an effort to escape the reality of your own being, to look for a substitute in the outside world. But if a person is intelligent, if they have a radiant insight, this failure of success becomes the beginning of their transformation. They sit down on the peak, they look at their empty hands, and they laugh. They say, "What a beautiful joke! I have conquered the world and I have lost myself completely. Now, let me stop this madness. Let me turn around and look inside. This turning inward, this radical shift of your energy from the outer to the inner is what Buddha calls the coming back to the source. It is the beginning of true wealth, the wealth that cannot be stolen by thieves, the wealth that cannot be destroyed by death. And tonight, as you lie there, you do not need to wait until you become a billionaire or a prime minister to learn this lesson. You can see the futility of ambition right now, in this very moment. Look at the desires that are running in your mind. What are they promising you? They are always promising you something in the future, somewhere else, at another time. They say, when you find the perfect partner, when you get a better job, when you move to a beautiful city, then you will be happy. This is a strategy of the mind to keep you from experiencing the absolute paradise that is available right here under your blanket in the warmth of your own breath. The mind is a thinker. Meditation is a knower. The mind can only think about things. It can create beautiful logic. It can construct grand philosophies. It can debate. It can argue. But it can never know. It is like a blind man who spends his whole life reading books about light, studying the physics of color, memorizing the descriptions of the sunset. He can become a great scholar. He can write a thesis on light. He can give lectures at the university. And other blind people will be deeply impressed by his knowledge. But if you ask him, "Do you know what light is?" he will have to look at his textbooks. He has no direct, immediate experience of a single ray of sun. His knowledge is borrowed, dead, a collection of words that hides his deep internal darkness. Meditation is the opening of the inner eye. It doesn't think about light, it simply sees. There is no logic needed, no argument needed, no validation from an external authority required. When your eyes are open and the sun is rising, you don't look for a book to prove that it is morning. You know it through your own direct perception. Meditation is an immediate contact with reality, a state of raw, unmediated experiencing where the distance between the knower and the known completely dissolves. You are no longer separate from the existence. You are it. But our entire educational system is designed to destroy this capacity for direct knowing and replace it with dead thinking. From the very moment a child is born, the conditioning begins. The parents are afraid of the child's innocence. They are afraid of his wild, uncorrupted intelligence, because a child who knows cannot be manipulated. A child who functions from his own center will not obey the stupid rules of a sick society. He will laugh at your ambitions. He will look through your hypocrisies. He will ignore your artificial boundaries of race, religion, and nationality. He is a danger to the established order. So, the society immediately goes to work to domesticate the child, to break his spirit, to turn him into a well-behaved robot. They send him to school, they load his brain with information, they teach him to repeat what others have said, they reward him when he imitates and punish him when he shows any originality. By the time he finishes his university education, his natural intelligence has been completely buried under a mountain of dead data. He has become a highly qualified memory machine, an intelligent idiot who can talk about everything but knows absolutely nothing from his own center. He knows what Jesus said. He knows what Krishna said. He knows what Karl Marx said. But if you ask him, who are you? What is your own reality? He will become frightened. He will feel lost because his textbooks have no answer to that question. He has become a professional thinker, a chatterbox who uses words to cover up the terrifying emptiness of his own being. Look at the subtle trap of the ego in spiritual circles. This is something very amusing, but also very tragic. A man goes to a monastery. He renounces his wealth. He puts on old rags. He eats only once a day. He sleeps on the hard floor, and he thinks he has become a great saint. He looks at the people living in the world, the people who are enjoying their food, the people who are living in comfortable houses, and a deep sense of superiority arises in his heart. He says to himself, "Look at these sinners trapped in the material world, running after temporary pleasures. I am a holy man, an ascetic, a man of great renunciation. I am going straight to heaven, while they are all heading to hell." Can't you see the joke? This man has not renounced his ego. He has only given it a new, far more dangerous feeding ground. His pride in his humility is the ultimate expression of the ego. It is like a thief who steals your money and then goes to the police station dressed as a police officer to help you find the thief. The ego is incredibly cunning, incredibly slippery. It can adopt any identity, it can play any role. It can look like a saint or a sinner, a master or a disciple, as long as it is allowed to continue its existence. It thrives on division, it thrives on comparison, it thrives on the feeling of being special, being separate from the rest of existence. Tonight, as you prepare to sleep, do not try to be holy. Do not try to be a meditator. Do not try to be a saint. These are all masks, and you have worn enough masks during the day to survive in the marketplace. Let them all be dropped. Be completely ordinary. Be a nobody. In your deep, dark nothingness, the ego cannot survive because the ego needs an identity to breathe. It needs a label, a position, a definition to hold on to. When you say, "I am nothing, I am nobody, I am just a silent space," the ego suffocates, it drops dead, and in its place, your true self arises, the self that is as vast as the universe, as ancient as the stars, as pure as the mountain air. This nothingness is what the mind is most afraid of. To the mind, nothingness looks like death, looks like a void, looks like a terrifying black hole that will swallow it completely. And because it is afraid, it keeps the chatter going 24 hours a day. Like a man who is walking through a dark forest at night and starts whistling or singing loudly just to keep his courage up, to deceive himself into thinking that he is not alone, that he is safe. Your mind's constant chattering is just that whistling in the dark. It is a frantic effort to keep the illusion of your separate identity alive, to prevent you from falling into the silent abyss of your own being. But let me tell you, that abyss is not a void, it is a plenitude. It looks like a void only to the mind, because the mind can only register things, objects, words, boundaries. When the boundaries disappear, when the words stop, the mind sees nothing. But to the witness, that nothingness is the very fullness of God. It is an overflowing lake of bliss, a radiant ocean of energy, a sacred space where all the contradictions of life meet and dissolve into a beautiful, organic harmony. By becoming nothing, you become spacious, you become a host to the great guest. You become an empty vessel that can be filled to overflowing with the divine fragrance of existence. So, let the mind panic tonight if it must. Look at its panic with an amused, loving indifference. Do not argue with it. Do not try to console it. Do not try to force it to be quiet. Simply say to it, I see you. You are afraid of the silence. You are afraid of the dark. You are afraid of losing control. That's okay. Go on chattering. Go on screaming. But I am no longer going to participate in your game. I am just going to lie here and watch. When you withdraw your cooperation, when you stop feeding the mind with your identification, a beautiful phenomenon occurs. The machinery begins to slow down on its own accord. It is like an electric fan that you have switched off. It doesn't stop immediately because it has a certain amount of momentum left from the past. But with every rotation, it loses speed. It becomes slower and slower, until finally it comes to a complete standstill. Your mind tonight has a lot of momentum from the hectic activities of the day. It has been driven fast in the marketplace. It has been irritated in traffic. It has been burdened with worries in the office. It will take a little time for the momentum to run out. Be patient. Do not expect instant results. Just lie there, comfortable, warm, and allow the wheels to spin themselves out. As the wheels slow down, you will begin to notice the natural wisdom of your body. Your body is an absolute miracle, an evolutionary masterpiece that has been perfected over millions of years. It carries the memory of the entire earth, the wisdom of all the trees, all the rivers, all the ancient organisms that preceded you in this long procession of life. Your body knows exactly how to heal itself, how to digest food, how to repair its cells, how to transition from the stress of the day into the deepest, most rejuvenating layers of rest. It doesn't need your mind's advice. It doesn't need your logic or your calculations. In fact, the mind is the only intruder, the only disturber of the body's natural harmony. When you are stressed, when you are worried, you send chaotic, frantic signals into your nervous system. You tighten your shoulders, you clench your jaw, you make your breath shallow and erratic, and you create a state of perpetual emergency in your physiology. The body wants to relax. It wants to fall into sleep. But the mind keeps pulling the alarm cord, saying, "Danger. There is a bill to pay tomorrow. Danger. Someone didn't like your work today." The poor body becomes confused. It stays on guard. Its muscles remain tense, and your sleep becomes a shallow, troubled extension of your daytime battlefield. Tonight, let us come to a peace pact with your body. Your body is your greatest friend, the very temple of the divine intelligence on this earth. Look after it with deep love, with absolute respect, and never break that pact. As you lie there, bring your awareness down into your physical form. Feel your feet, feel your legs, feel your stomach, your chest, your hands, your shoulders, your face. With every breath you exhale, consciously release the tension from each part of your body. Say to your muscles, "It's okay to let go now. The world outside is closed for the night. There is no enemy to fight, no race to run, no target to hit. You are safe. You can dissolve into the mattress." When your body feels your love, when it feels your permission to relax, it will respond with a deep, profound gratitude. It will become heavy, warm, loose, and it will begin to drop into its natural rhythm. Your breath will automatically become deeper, slower, moving from your abdomen rather than your shallow chest, just like the breath of a sleeping baby. And as the body sinks into this beautiful state of ease, the mind will find it very difficult to continue its frantic chatter, because the mind and the body are not two separate things. They are two poles of the same organic reality. A relaxed body naturally invites a silent mind, and a silent mind naturally allows the body to enter into the deepest, most healing states of rest. Let us slide together into this beautiful harmony tonight. Do not try to analyze what is happening. Do not try to measure your progress. Do not try to create a technique out of your relaxation. Just be here, now, under your blanket, warm and cozy, allowing my voice to become a distant, fading music in the background of your consciousness. The night is vast, the silence is deep, and your own being is waiting to receive you into its eternal home. Forget all your names, all your titles, all your roles. You are not a boss, you are not an employee, you are not a husband or a wife, a father or a mother, a success or a failure. You are simply a witness, a pure, unconditioned presence that observes the fading twilight of the day and welcomes the dark, magnificent sunrise of the inner sky. Let go of the steering wheel completely. Trust the existence that has brought you here, that sustains your life with every breath, and let yourself float away into the infinite ocean of your own silent bliss. Slowly, effortlessly, the boundary between you and the room will begin to blur. You will feel yourself becoming lighter, like a white cloud floating in the sky, with no destination, no purpose, just enjoying the freedom of the vast blue space. The thoughts will pass by like distant birds, disappearing over the horizon, leaving the sky completely empty, completely pure. Rest in that emptiness, my friend. Celebrate your nothingness. Enjoy the sheer, uncaused ecstasy of your own simple being as we move together into the ultimate sanctuary of your nightly rest. This deep internal balance is not something you can achieve by escaping from reality, because wherever you go, your suppressed volcanic energy will follow you like a dark shadow. Many people believe that if they can just sit completely still in a quiet corner, their minds will naturally fall into a state of peace. They try to follow the ancient traditional guidelines that were written thousands of years ago by sages who lived in a completely different world. They try to sit in the lotus posture. They close their eyes and they force themselves to be quiet. But what happens? The moment they close their eyes, they find that their inner space becomes a roaring hornet's nest. All the frustrations, all the anger, all the hidden anxieties that they have been locking away in the basement of their subconscious during the day choose that exact moment to bubble up to the surface with a terrifying intensity. They find themselves sitting on top of a boiling pressure cooker, trying with all their willpower to hold down the lid, and they call this torture meditation. Let me tell you, this traditional approach is bound to fail for the modern man because the structure of your mind has become incredibly complex and deeply neurotic. In the ancient days, when sages like Patanjali developed the science of yoga, human beings were very different. They were clean, simple, and naturally primitive. They lived in close proximity to the soil. They worked out in the open fields under the sun, and their daily lives were filled with intense physical expression. A woodcutter or a stonecutter didn't need to practice any specific method of catharsis, because his work itself was a continuous, natural release of his aggressive instincts. When he chopped wood with all his might, he was throwing his inner violence out into the tree. When he carved stone with his heavy hammer, he was exhausting his muscular tension. At night, his body was physically tired. His mind was simple and centered in the heart, and he could lie down on the hard earth and drop into a deep, dreamless sleep without any effort. He was naturally integrated, living like an animal in a state of unforced equilibrium with the rhythm of nature. But for the modern man, the whole context of life has been radically altered. You live in a highly sophisticated, comfortable civilization where physical labor has been completely replaced by machines. You do not work with your hands anymore. You live almost entirely in your head. In your modern culture, the people who work with their minds are elevated to positions of high status and respectability, while the people who work with their hands are looked down upon with a subtle condemnation. Your society calls you a head clerk, a head manager, a head superintendent, and you are proud of being called a head. But can't you see the tragedy of this division? By over-cultivating your intellect, you have completely cut yourself off from the deeper centers of your body. You have become a top-heavy monster, an intellectual giant with completely withered roots. Those who understand the deeper somatic connections of the human brain know that your hands are mysteriously linked to the very core of your psychological balance. Your right hand is connected directly to the left hemisphere of your brain, and your left hand is connected to the right hemisphere. When you use your hands to create, to destroy, to work with the elements of nature, you are opening a vital channel for your internal life force to flow outward into the world. But when you spend your entire day sitting behind a desk, typing on a plastic keyboard, keeping your body perfectly still and polite, That immense volume of biological energy has no opening, no escape route. It stays trapped inside the tight loop of your skull, spinning wildly, gathering momentum, turning into a chronic storm of overthinking, neurosis, and insomnia. This is why modern man cannot simply sit down in zazen and expect meditation to happen. You are carrying a mountain of suppressed madness inside you, a chaotic volcanic fire that has been accumulated through weeks, months, and years of unnatural social conditioning. Society teaches you to put a tight, respectable mask over your raw expressions. You must smile at the boss even when you feel like hitting him. You must remain calm and polite in the office even when your veins are screaming with irritation. You must suppress your tears because crying is seen as a sign of weakness, and you must lock away your laughter because loud joy is considered uncultured. All of that emotional steam, all of that raw energy has nowhere to go. It becomes trapped in your muscles, it creates armor around your chest, it tightens your stomach, and it turns your subconscious mind into a dangerous, dark repository of unexpressed toxicity. If you try to sit quietly with all this inner chaos, you are simply engaging in a deceptive game of self-hypnosis. You are trying to force a dead silence upon a living storm. This is why I have spent my whole life inventing and emphasizing active, dynamic, and chaotic methods of meditation. These methods are designed out of an absolute necessity for the contemporary mind. They do not ask you to be silent from the very beginning. That would be an impossible demand. They invite you to be intentionally chaotic, to go completely mad with full awareness before you can find true sanity. In the first stages of these dynamic techniques, you are given the complete freedom to throw out all the junk that your mind is full of. You breathe chaotically, you scream, you shout, you weep, you laugh, you shake your body until every single cell is vibrating with absolute intensity. You become a woodcutter without the wood. You become a stone cutter without the stone. You act like a medium for your suppressed rage, letting it express itself through your body in a safe, controlled environment where no one is hurt and no one is judged. You exhaust the volcano. You empty the basement of your subconscious entirely, throwing the old pressurized steam out into the infinite expanse of the universe. And then a beautiful miracle happens. When the chaos has been fully expressed, When the madness has been completely thrown out of your system, your body naturally becomes tired, relaxed, and loose. The frantic energy that was spinning in your skull drops back down into your center. And in that state of absolute exhaustion, when you are told to stop and be completely still, silence happens to you on its own accord. You do not have to practice it. You do not have to force it with your willpower. You do not have to follow any rigid logic. Silence descends upon you like a cool, refreshing shade after a long, grueling journey under a scorching desert sun. It is a natural happening, a spontaneous let go that comes from the very depths of your being when the obstacles have been removed from the way. Look at how modern man unconsciously tries to find a release for this bottled up violence in his everyday life. Watch people when they drive their cars on the highways. Why is there so much road rage? Why is it that the moment an ordinary, respectable man gets behind the steering wheel, he turns into a dangerous, competitive lunatic? The car becomes a medium of expression for his suppressed hatred. When he pushes the accelerator, when he speeds recklessly, when he curses at other drivers, he is not just trying to reach a destination. He is trying to give vent to the volcanic fire that is burning inside his chest. He cannot shout at his boss. He cannot scream at his wife. He cannot express his frustration in the office. So his car becomes his weapon, an instrument of mechanical violence through which his suppressed ego can feel powerful and supreme for a few moments. This unconscious release is incredibly dangerous because it happens in a state of total sleep, a state of deep somnambulism, where you are completely unaware of what you are doing until the accident has already occurred, until the blood has been spilled on the asphalt. My methods are a conscious catharsis. They invite you to look at your madness red-handed, to dance with your demons, to scream out your pain with full, absolute alertness. When you express your violence in meditation, you are cleaning your inner house with your own hands. You are erasing the old toxic programming before it can manipulate your behavior in the world outside. Let us look deeply into the very nature of this raw life force that drives your existence. The mind is a very late arrival in the long history of evolution, but your body carries the primordial wisdom of millions of years. The body knows exactly what it needs to survive, to stay healthy, and to remain in harmony with the cosmos. But your entire human civilization has been built on a deep-seated hatred for the body, a profound distrust of our biological nature. The priests and the moralists of all the traditional religions have told you from the very beginning that your body is your enemy, that your natural instincts are sinful, and that to reach God, you must fight against your biology, suppress your sexuality, and punish your senses. This anti-nature attitude has completely poisoned the human subconscious, creating a deep split, a chronic state of civil war within every individual. Look at what happens to your raw life energy when it is blocked by moral conditioning. Energy cannot be destroyed, it can only be transformed or perverted. When you deny a natural primary need of your body, the life force doesn't just vanish into thin air. It simply goes underground, takes on an ugly, perverted disguise, and begins to exploit your other faculties. If your sexual energy is denied expression, if it is locked away in a cage of moral guilt, it becomes the first item on your subconscious list of priorities. The body has a very strict, highly intelligent internal economy. Wherever a need is most unfulfilled, the life energy will naturally rush there first. A person who has been suppressing their sexuality will find that their entire perception of the world becomes intensely sexualized. Their thoughts will become sexual, their dreams will be filled with sexual fantasies, their eyes will look at others with a predatory, hidden lust, and even their hands will feel sexual when they touch a completely innocent object. They may wear the robes of a celibate monk, they may preach about purity and morality from a high pulpit, but beneath the surface, they are living in a hot hell of constant, unfulfilled desire. Watch the behavior of people who deny themselves love and sexual fulfillment. They almost always start eating too much. They become hoarders of food, stuffing their bodies with unnecessary fat until they become heavy, misshapen, and dull. This is not a simple physical problem, it is a deep psychological substitution. In the subconscious mind of every human being, food and love are deeply entangled with each other from the very first moments of life. When a baby is born, the first contact it makes with the world outside is the mother's breast. That breast gives the child two things simultaneously. It gives it physical nourishment through milk, and it gives it psychological security through love, warmth, and acceptance. For the innocent mind of the child, food and love become completely synonymous. If the mother is cold, if she gives milk without love, the child feels an immediate sense of starvation, an existential anxiety that cannot be satisfied by the volume of the milk alone. Later in life, when you feel a deep vacuum of love, when you feel lonely, rejected, and disconnected from a living relationship, your childish subconscious immediately triggers the old defense mechanism. It says, the space inside is empty. You are starving for love. Go and get more food. Fill the belly. Supplement the lack. You go to the refrigerator in the middle of the night. You stuff yourself with sweets and heavy meals, not because your body is biologically hungry, but because your soul is desperately crying out for warmth, for comfort, for the soothing touch of love. You create these torturous loops because you refuse to accept the natural hierarchy of human needs. Existence operates on a beautiful foundational law. You cannot transcend a lower plane of reality until it has been fully accepted, lived, and fulfilled. If a man is starving, if his stomach is completely empty, it is an absolute cruel absurdity to ask him to sit down and listen to classical music, or to contemplate the magnificent colors of a sunset, or to meditate on the nature of the ultimate soul. His hunger is the only reality he can perceive. His entire consciousness is concentrated in his empty stomach, and every ray of sun, every note of music will only taste like bread to him. First, look after the primary earthly needs of your biological form. Give the body food, give it shelter, give it safety, and give it the natural expression of love and intimacy. When the lower needs are fully satisfied, when the body is at ease, relaxed, and no longer has to fight for its survival, the life force naturally releases itself from the material plane. It begins to flow upward into higher dimensions of its own accord. Suddenly, you find yourself interested in fine poetry. You find yourself enchanted by classical music. You find yourself wanting to paint, to sculpt, to dance, to create beautiful things for no commercial profit at all. These are the luxuries of a fulfilled biology. They are the flowers that open only when the roots have been deeply nourished by the earth. And when these higher aesthetic dimensions are tasted and explored with absolute intensity, the ultimate needs of human consciousness arise automatically. Like a fragrance that leaves the flower and travels out into the open sky, you begin to ask the essential questions. Who am I? What is this magnificent mystery of life? How can I connect with the timeless source of all that is? This is the birth of the true religious search, the dawn of meditation. It cannot be forced from the outside. It cannot be practiced by a man who is starving himself, torturing his body, and suppressing his natural instincts. Meditation is the ultimate luxury of a perfectly balanced, natural, and fulfilled life. but you have been taught by your leaders and your priests to do the exact opposite. They have created an artificial, toxic framework of morality that turns you into a machine of self-rejection. They want you to feel constantly guilty about your body, guilty about your desires, guilty about your very existence. Because a guilty person is the easiest creature to dominate and manipulate. A person who hates himself can never have any inner confidence. He is always shaky, always uncentered, always looking for an outside authority to tell him what is right and what is wrong. He goes to the priest, he follows the politician, he joins the church, he becomes a submissive part of a blind crowd because he cannot trust the voice of his own nature. Tonight, as you lie there in the deep quiet of your bedroom, I want to invite you to drop this entire burden of artificial guilt. Throw it out into the dark night. Let it dissolve like a bad dream. Your life is yours. It belongs to no politician, to no priest, to no dead tradition. Your body is not your enemy. It is your earth, your foundation, the very shrine of the divine intelligence that has brought you into this world. Listen to your body. It is immensely wise, far more mature than your logical, calculating mind, which has only arrived a few years ago through school and university education. The body has the wisdom of the ages. It knows exactly when it needs rest, when it needs movement, when it needs love. When you come to a deep, profound peace pact with your body, when you stop fighting your own biology and look after its needs with absolute love and respect, a beautiful harmony establishes itself within your being. The body stops pulling your attention through tension, disease, and chronic frustration. It becomes silent, relaxed, transparent, like a clear glass vessel through which your consciousness can float higher and higher, completely unhindered by the gravity of the material world. You become like a white cloud in the inner sky, moving gracefully with the wind, utterly free from the friction of internal conflict. Let us look into the deep terror that the modern mind experiences when it comes face to face with the opportunity of love. Why is humanity so afraid of love? Why is it that you can talk about love, write songs about it, watch movies about it, but the moment a real living opportunity for love approaches you, you freeze with panic and create a wall of defense? Love is dangerous because it requires the absolute surrender of your security. To step into love means you must step completely outside the fortress of your ego. You must drop your armor, look into the eyes of another human being with absolute vulnerability, and expose your softest, most hidden center to their gaze. And the terror arises because there is absolutely no guarantee. The other may accept you or they may reject you. They may open their heart to your need, or they may turn away with indifference and strike a lethal blow to your fragile pride. The ego cannot bear the thought of rejection. It wants to feel safe, supreme, and completely invulnerable inside its own private world. It prefers to sit alone in its dark castle, pretending that it is a king, rather than go out into the light of relationship and risk being shattered by a refusal. Because of this deep cowardice, your clever, calculating societies invented the cold, predictable institution of marriage to completely replace the wild, dangerous fire of love. Marriage is a legal contract, a social insurance policy, an artificial framework designed to give you security and predictability. It ensures that the other cannot leave you easily, that they cannot reject you without a long battle in a public court, and that your life will follow a routine pattern from the wedding day to the cemetery. Marriage is safe. It belongs to the mind, to the law, to the economy. Love is a wild gamble. It belongs to the heart, to the soul, to the infinite mystery of existence. But let me tell you directly, if you choose marriage over love, if you choose security over the living fire of relationship, you are choosing a beautiful, highly decorated grave. You may live for 70 or 80 years. You may have children. You may accumulate a massive fortune, but you will die without ever tasting the fresh, intoxicating nectar of life. You will remain a mechanical corpse that walks, eats, and works, but has never truly vibrated with the electricity of the divine. Relationship is a mirror, an absolute necessity for your inner evolution. You cannot know yourself by sitting alone in a vacuum, because an eye cannot see itself without a reflection, and a face cannot know its own beauty without a mirror. The eyes of the person who loves you become that sacred, sympathetic mirror for your soul. When someone looks at you with delight, when they accept you exactly as you are, with all your flaws, with all your limitations, with all your hidden shadows, a deep wave of self-acceptability arises within your own heart for the first time. You realize that you are worthy of being loved, that your being is valuable to the existence, and you begin to drop the deep, chronic self-hatred that society has forced into you since childhood. Of course, it is a risky journey. You will be hurt, you will be disappointed, you will stumble on the rough rocks of human misunderstandings. But that risk must be taken, because without the risk, there is no growth. If you knock on 100 doors in the dark and 99 of them remain closed, do not lose heart. Do not retreat into your castle of isolation. Continue to knock, continue to grope, because somewhere in the dark, another lonely soul is waiting to become the perfect mirror for your light, just as you are waiting to become the mirror for theirs. Let us bring this playful, courageous attitude into your bed tonight. Do not look at your life as a serious problem that must be solved by the intellect before tomorrow morning. Look at it as a beautiful, mysterious game that you are playing with the universe. Allow your body to become completely heavy, completely loose, letting go of all the tension in your jaws, your shoulders, your hands. Let your breath drop deep down into your abdomen, moving with a soft, natural rhythm that connects you directly with the pulse of the earth. You are safe here. You are protected by the silence of the night, and the infinite, compassionate intelligence of existence is holding you in its arms, waiting to guide you into the deepest, most rejuvenating waters of your true being. Sink deeper into this coziness, my friend. Let the racing thoughts move farther and farther away into the background, like the distant noise of a city that you are leaving behind as you climb into the silent, clean air of the mountains. There is nothing to fix tonight, nothing to calculate, nothing to change. You are perfect as you are, a rare, unrepeatable masterpiece of the divine. And tonight is your opportunity to rest completely in that perfection as we slide together into the ultimate sanctuary of your inner peace. This dissolution of boundaries is not a loss. It is the ultimate recovery of your true estate. When the drop slips into the ocean, the drop does not die. It simply leaves behind its small, accidental limitations and becomes the vast, infinite ocean itself. But the mind, which is always small, always trembling with fear, always looking for a boundary to hold on to, sees this expansion as an absolute catastrophe. It cannot conceive of an existence without a definition, without a label, without a name. It wants to know exactly where you end and where the rest of the world begins. This anxiety about boundaries is the foundational neurosis of human life, and it becomes intensely alive when you are on the verge of deep sleep, when the conscious control of the ego begins to slip out of your hands. To protect itself from this magnificent dissolution, your subconscious mind plays its final, most sophisticated game. It creates spiritual illusions, beautiful dreams, holy visions, and it presents them to you as reality. This is a very subtle trap that every meditator must encounter on the path. You are lying in your bed, you are becoming quiet, the ordinary chatter of the marketplace is fading away, and suddenly a beautiful light appears behind your closed eyes. Or you see the magnificent form of Jesus standing in your room, radiating love. Or you hear the celestial music of Krishna's flute echoing in your heart. Or you see the serene golden statue of Gautama Buddha coming alive, smiling at you, and immediately your ego is fulfilled. You feel an immense elation. You think you have arrived. You believe you are no longer an ordinary mortal but a chosen soul who has been blessed with a divine revelation. Let me tell you directly, all these visions, no matter how beautiful, no matter how holy they appear, are nothing but chemical and psychological projections of your own subconscious mind. They are refined dreams, sacred hallucinations created by your past conditioning to prevent you from falling into the absolute abyss of nothingness. Think about it. A Christian never sees Krishna in his meditation. A Hindu never sees Jesus standing in his inner sky. A Buddhist never has a vision of the Virgin Mary. Why? If God is one, why does He appear in a different uniform to different people? It is because the uniform is supplied by your own memory, by your own cultural inheritance. You have been fed with pictures of Jesus or Krishna since childhood. Those images have dropped deep into the dark basement of your subconscious, and when you become quiet, when the surface layers of your mind stop functioning, the hidden data rises to the surface and creates a beautiful lifelike projection on the screen of your consciousness. You are the director, you are the actor, you are the script writer, and you are the audience. And yet, you are completely deceived by your own show. This is why the ancient Zen masters made one of the most revolutionary, most dangerous statements in the history of religion. They told their disciples, if you meet the Buddha on the path, kill him immediately. Can you imagine the immense courage it takes to say such a thing? The followers of Buddha, who worship his statues, who chant his name, are told to murder him the moment he appears in their meditation. Why? Because the Buddha you meet on the path is not the true Buddha. He is an object, a form, a projection of your mind. And as long as there is an object in your inner sky, no matter how beautiful or sacred that object is, you are still in the world of duality. You are still separate from the existence. You are still a mind that thinks, not a consciousness that knows. True meditation has no form, no shape, no color, no God, no paradise. It is an absolute, unconditional emptiness. When you kill the Buddha on the path, when you push aside the light, when you ignore the music, when you refuse to be enticed by any beautiful hallucination, the final boundary drops. There is no longer any object to look at. There is only the pure capacity to see. The mirror is completely empty. It reflects nothing but its own infinite space. This is the state of true religious experience, not an experience of something, but a state of being the experiencer himself, untouched by any content, untethered to any form. The mind is a great hoarder, and it loves to hoard experiences. It wants to collect spiritual trophies to show off to itself. It says, "Yesterday my meditation was magnificent. I saw a golden light and felt a profound vibration in my spine." But the moment you carry that memory into tonight, you have already polluted the present moment. You are no longer innocent. You are no longer an amateur. You are an expert who is trying to repeat a past performance. You are looking for a specific result, and that looking creates a subtle tension, a subtle calculation that blocks the arrival of the unknown. I am reminded of a story about a very orthodox, highly disciplined moralist who spent his entire life following the rules of his church. He never committed a sin. He went to church every single Sunday. He fasted, he prayed, he followed every logic presented by his priests, and he was absolutely certain that a high place in heaven was reserved for him. One night he died, and he found himself standing in front of a grand, beautiful gate. He was ecstatic. He knocked on the gate, and an angel opened it. The man smiled with immense pride and said, "I am here. I have followed all the laws. I have never committed a single error. I have memorized all the scriptures. Please show me to my golden mansion." The angel looked at him with a strange, amused look and said, "We don't have any golden mansions here. In fact, this is not the heaven you read about in your books. This is just an empty space of pure consciousness. If you want to sit here, you have to leave your laws, your scriptures, and your righteousness outside. You have to be completely empty to enter through this gate." The man was horrified. He said, "But what about my sacrifice? What about my virtue? What about all the calculations I made during my life?" The angel laughed and said, Those calculations are exactly what keep you outside. Here, only those who don't know can enter. Your mind is like that orthodox moralist tonight. It is standing at the gateway of sleep, at the gateway of the subconscious, holding on to its ledger of the day's achievements, its anxieties, its virtues, its knowledge. It wants to enter the dark, beautiful sanctuary of rest with all its baggage intact. But existence has a very strict rule. The door is too narrow for you and your baggage to enter together. You have to leave the world outside. You have to strip yourself of all your definitions, all your achievements, all your knowledge, and enter as a complete stranger, a naked nothingness that has no past and no future. Let us look closely at the story of Ananda and the muddy stream, because it carries a profound code for understanding the movement of your subconscious mind. Buddha was old. He had been walking the whole day under the hot sun, and he felt immensely thirsty. He sat down under the shade of a tree and said to his chief disciple, Ananda, go back 3 or 4 miles. We passed a small stream of water. Bring me a little water in my begging bowl. My throat is dry and I am exhausted. Ananda immediately took the bowl and walked back to the stream. But when he arrived at the spot, he found that a few bullock carts had just crossed the stream right at that moment. The wheels of the carts had stirred up the mud from the bed. The dead leaves that had settled at the bottom had risen to the surface, and the water had become completely dirty, muddy, and undrinkable. Ananda looked at the stream and thought, I cannot take this dirty water to my master. It would be an insult, a profanity. He walked back to Buddha empty-handed and said, the stream is completely ruined by bullock carts. It is full of mud and dead leaves. Please let me walk ahead. I have heard that a big river flows just 3 miles from here, and I will bring you pure, crystal clear water from there. But Buddha was stubborn. He looked at Ananda and said, no, go back to the same stream and bring me water from there. Ananda could not understand this insistence. It looked like an absolute absurdity, a piece of sheer foolishness. He knew the water was dirty. He knew it was impossible to drink it, but because he was a disciple, because he loved his master, he had to follow the order. He walked back the 3 miles, muttering to himself, feeling angry, feeling frustrated with the old man's illogical behavior. When he was leaving, Buddha gave him a final instruction. And remember, Ananda, do not jump into the stream to clean it. Do not do anything to remove the mud. If the water is dirty, simply sit on the bank. Sit there silently, watchfully, without any interference, Let the stream flow on its own accord and wait. Ananda arrived at the stream, and indeed it was still muddy. But because of Buddha's instruction, he didn't jump into the water. He didn't try to clear the leaves. He simply sat on the grass by the side of the bank. He looked at the dirty water with an indifferent, neutral eye without any desire to fix it. And as he sat there doing nothing, a beautiful phenomenon began to unfold. Because there was no further disturbance, the heavy mud began to settle down to the bottom of its own accord. The current of the river carried the floating dead leaves away over the rocks. Minute by minute, the water became clearer, lighter, and more transparent. Within an hour, the mud had completely disappeared. The leaves were gone, and the stream was running crystal clear, reflecting the blue sky and the green trees with absolute perfection. Ananda was ecstatic. He dipped the bowl into the pure water and he came back dancing to Buddha. He fell at his master's feet, weeping with gratitude, and said, "You didn't need the water. I was the one who needed the lesson." Sitting by that stream, I realized the whole secret of my own mind. Your mind tonight is exactly like that muddy stream. The bullock carts of the world, your office, your worries, your ambitions, your conflicts, have passed through it during the day. They have stirred up all the old mud from the bottom of your subconscious. They have brought all the dead leaves of past memories and future anxieties to the surface. And now, as you lie in your bed, you look at this inner chaos, you look at this noisy, dirty traffic of thoughts, and you become anxious. You say, "I must clean this stream, I must stop these thoughts, I must find peace." And you jump into the stream. You try to force the thoughts to stop. You use your willpower. You chant a mantra aggressively. You try to practice a technique to push the mud down. But let me tell you, your very effort to clean the stream is what keeps it dirty. Your jumping into the water stirs up more mud, creates more noise, adds more confusion to the system. You cannot force a stream to be clear. You can only allow it to become clear. All that is required of you tonight is to sit on the bank. Lie down in your bed comfortably, warm under your blanket, and be the watcher on the bank of your mind. Do not jump into the thoughts. Do not try to clear the mud. Do not evaluate whether a thought is good or bad, spiritual or mundane. Just look at the traffic with an indifferent, neutral look, as if it has nothing to do with you. The mind is a mechanical chatterbox. It has been wound up by your activities during the day. It has a certain momentum. Let it run. Let it chatter. Say to yourself, I am just the watcher on the bank. The stream is flowing, the mud is settling, the leaves are passing by, but I am untouched. If you can maintain this relaxed, effortless watchfulness, you will see the exact same miracle happen in your inner space. When you do not interfere, when you do not give energy to the thoughts through your identification, the mud naturally begins to settle down to the bottom. The heavy anxieties, the fears, the resentments drop to the floor of your subconscious and become inactive. The floating memories are carried away by the current of time, and suddenly, without any effort, without any technique, your inner sky becomes crystal clear. You find yourself floating in a vast, transparent space of absolute silence, where there is no longer any question and no longer any problem. This is the true psychology of the Buddhas, the art of non-interference. It is totally different from your modern Western psychotherapies, which are trapped in the endless loop of analysis and synthesis. Psychoanalysis is like jumping into the muddy stream with a magnifying glass, looking at each particle of dirt, trying to find out where it came from, who dropped it there, whether it belongs to your childhood or your mother or your father. You can spend 10 years sitting on a therapist's couch analyzing your mud, and at the end of it, you will only become an expert in mud. Your stream will still remain dirty. In fact, it will become even more muddy because of the constant stirring, the constant investigation. Psychosynthesis is another extreme. It is like taking the fallen, dead leaves from the ground and trying to glue them back onto the branches of the tree with chemical adhesives. It is an artificial patchwork that gives you a false sense of togetherness, but it cannot give you life. It cannot make the tree green again. It cannot bring the spontaneous flow of sap from the roots to the flowers. Buddhas don't analyze and they don't synthesize. They simply transcend. They tell you to step out of the stream entirely and look at it from the outside. The moment you look at your mind as an object, a radical transformation occurs in your consciousness. You become disidentified from the mechanism. You realize that the one who is looking at the worry cannot be the worry itself. The one who is observing the anger is completely separate from the anger. This realization cuts the very roots of your psychological neurosis because it stops the supply of fuel. The mind cannot survive without your identification. It has no independent life of its own. It is a parasite that thrives on your unawareness. The moment you bring the light of pure neutral witnessing into your inner space, the parasite starves, it drops dead, and you are liberated from its tyranny forever. Let us look into the deep connection between this watchfulness and your subconscious mind. The mind is divided by your psychologists into three layers: the conscious, the subconscious, and the unconscious. The conscious mind is just a tiny fragment, a small tip of the iceberg that shows above the water. It is the part you use in your everyday business, the part that logicizes, calculates, and communicates in the marketplace. The subconscious mind is a much larger space beneath the surface. It is the repository of all your habits, all your repressions, all your unfulfilled desires, all the data that you have collected but have put aside for the time being. The unconscious mind is the vast, primordial dark room at the very bottom, connected to the collective memory of the entire human race, the animal kingdom, and the earth itself. When you go to sleep every night, the conscious mind shuts down. It is tired from its work in the office. It runs out of energy and it closes its doors. And as the conscious mind goes to sleep, the gates of the subconscious open up. All the characters that you have locked away in the basement during the day come out onto the stage and start dancing. This is what you call dreaming. Dreaming is nothing but the subconscious mind trying to digest the unexpressed experiences of your waking hours. If you were angry during the day but suppressed it to look polite, that anger will come out in your dream as a monster chasing you, or as a violent battle where you are killing someone. If you were looking at a beautiful luxury car but couldn't afford it, your subconscious will present you with a dream where you are a king riding in a golden chariot. Dreaming is a necessary therapeutic mechanism of your biology to prevent you from going completely mad. It releases the internal pressure. It balances the system. But because it happens in a state of deep unawareness, it doesn't transform you. You wake up in the morning and the old loops begin to run again. The programming remains untouched. The true art of turning inward before bed is to introduce a thin silver thread of awareness into this transition from the conscious to the subconscious. When you lie down, do not just fall into sleep like a dead log, collapsing out of sheer exhaustion. That is a primitive, animal way of sleeping. Lie down with a soft, gentle alertness. Watch the conscious mind closing its shops. Watch the thoughts becoming vague, distant, and blurred. And as the subconscious gates begin to open, do not become active, do not become involved in the imagery. Remain the silent watcher on the bank. If you can fall asleep while maintaining this light flame of awareness inside, a magnificent phenomenon happens. The awareness slips into your subconscious mind along with your sleep. It stays there like a silent, glowing lamp in a dark room. And when the light of awareness is present in the subconscious, the old programming cannot continue its automatic manipulation. It is like a thief who enters a house to steal your treasures but finds that the master is sitting in the living room, awake, silent, just looking at him. The thief cannot steal in that presence. He feels embarrassed, he feels exposed, and he quietly drops his tools and walks away through the back door. Your hidden fears, your anxieties, your childhood conditionings, they are all thieves that have been robbing you of your joy, robbing you of your bliss, because they operate in the dark of your unawareness. The moment you introduce the light of a relaxed, effortless witnessing into your bedtime transition, these phantoms begin to dissolve naturally. They lose their substance, they lose their density. You do not need to fight them. You do not need to reprogram them with positive affirmations. You do not need to use any willpower. Their very existence depends on your blindness. When the eye of awareness opens, they simply vanish into thin air. This brings us to the deep difference between self-consciousness and self-awareness, which is one of the most fundamental insights of the Buddhas. The words look very similar, but they denote two completely opposite dimensions of reality. Self-consciousness is a psychological disease, a chronic state of anxiety that belongs entirely to the ego. In self-consciousness, the emphasis is entirely on the self, on the image you have created of yourself in front of others. You are constantly worried. How do I look? What do people think of me? Am I accepted or am I rejected? Are they laughing at my weaknesses? Do they respect my status? The focus is always on the reaction of the crowd, on the votes of the marketplace. You are a slave to the opinions of others, always wearing a mask, always dancing to their tunes to protect your fragile identity. Self-awareness is ultimate health, absolute freedom. In self-awareness, the emphasis is completely on the awareness, on the quality of your internal alertness. You are no longer concerned with what the world says about you, because you don't depend on their votes to know that you exist. If someone comes and praises you, calls you a saint, walks around you with deep reverence. You look at them with a silent, detached smile. You remain aware so that their praise cannot drag you into the illusion of superiority. If another person comes and insults you, throws dirt at you, calls you a criminal, you look at them with the same silent, detached eye. You remain alert so that their anger cannot drag you into the illusion of inferiority. You are like a mirror. You reflect their behavior with absolute fairness, but you remain completely clean, completely untouched, centered in your own being. The political man is always self-conscious. The religious man is always self-aware. And when I say a political man, I don't mean only those who fight for seats in a government building. I mean anyone whose identity depends on the feedback of others. All those who are poor inside are always in search of a position, a title, a big car, a filled bank account, because these external props give them a false sense of being somebody. If the newspapers write about them, they exist. If the crowd forgets them, they vanish into a terrifying emptiness. They have no soul of their own. Their soul is a borrowed collage made from the opinions of the marketplace. The man of self-awareness has an authentic center that cannot be given by anyone and cannot be taken away by anyone. If the entire world goes against him, he stands alone, rock solid, completely comfortable in his own naked reality. His wealth is inner, his kingdom is inside. He doesn't look at his reflection in the eyes of others to find out who he is. He knows his true face from his own direct, silent perception. He is a master of his own consciousness, living his life with absolute totality, completely free from the fever of ambition and the fear of failure. Let us practice this self-awareness tonight as you prepare to drift into the deep ocean of your rest. Turn the focus of your light away from the world outside, away from the problems of your job, your finances, your social obligations. All of those things belong to the circumference. They are just passing shadows on the screen of your life. Tonight, let us look at the screen itself. Let us look at the pure, empty space of your consciousness that lies behind all the thoughts, all the dreams, all the projections. Feel the deep relaxation that comes when you drop the need to be somebody special in the world. It is such a beautiful relief to be a nobody, to drop the titles, to drop the responsibilities, to drop the masks that you have to wear to survive in the marketplace. You are no longer a boss. You are no longer an employee. You are no longer a successful man or a failure. You are just a simple, unconditioned presence, a silent watcher who is lying under a warm blanket, cozy, comfortable, and deeply content with their own existence. Allow your breath to move with its own natural intelligence. Do not try to regulate it. Do not try to deep breathe. Do not use any logical technique. Just look at the breath coming in and going out, like the gentle rise and fall of the tide on an empty, silent beach. Every breath that comes in brings a fresh wave of life force from the universe. Every breath that goes out carries away all the old, stale energy, all the accumulated fatigue of the day. You are in perfect rhythm with the cosmos. You are a part of this magnificent symphony of existence. And as you slide deeper into this effortless watchfulness, the small gaps of silence between your thoughts will begin to widen on their own accord. In those gaps, you will feel a cool, refreshing nectar welling up from your center, the nectar of pure, uncaused bliss. It is the very flavor of your soul, the fragrance of your own flowering. This bliss has no reason outside of you. It is not dependent on any condition, on any object, on any person. It is simply the joy of being alive, the ecstasy of being connected to the eternal source of all that is. Sleep well, my friend. Rest deeply in your own silence, knowing with absolute certainty that you are safe, you are loved, and you are held by the compassionate intelligence of this magnificent universe. Let the thoughts fade away into the distance. Let the screen of your mind become completely transparent as we cross the threshold together into the ultimate sanctuary of your unconditioned rest. This pristine emptiness is not a passive dead vacuum. It is a highly vibrant, humming space of cosmic potential. It is the womb from which all sound, all matter, and all life are born, and to which they must ultimately return when their dance on the stage of time is finished. In the ancient esoteric traditions of Tibet, this cosmic resonance was harnessed through a very simple yet profoundly effective method known as Nada Brahma meditation. It is a method that uses the power of sound to create an internal bridge between your body and your mind, overcoming the basic schizophrenia that has divided human consciousness for thousands of years. Think about the state of your everyday existence. Your body is doing one thing while your mind is traveling somewhere completely different. Your body is eating food at the dining table, but your mind is busy calculating a financial transaction in a distant city. Your body is walking down a busy street, but your mind is wandering among the stars, reliving a past hurt or planning a future conquest. The body and the mind are constantly moving on separate pathways, never meeting, never communicating. And because you are the third element, the soul, The witness that resides behind both of them, you are literally pulled apart by their conflicting directions. Half of your being is dragged by the somatic needs of the body, and the other half is hijacked by the psychological projections of the mind. You live in a chronic state of inner friction, feeling torn, fragmented, and utterly exhausted. The mechanics of a mantra or a humming meditation function as a sacred alchemy to dissolve this division. When you close your lips, close your eyes, and begin to create a deep, continuous humming sound from your throat, you are creating a physical vibration that echoes throughout your entire physical structure. Your brain cells begin to vibrate, your nervous system begins to resonate, and your muscles receive a gentle rhythmic massage from the inside out. Your brain cells begin to vibrate, your nervous system begins to resonate. It doesn't matter what sound you make. Even a nonsensical word, a simple vibration will do the work. The secret lies not in the meaning of the word, but in the physical reality of the sound waves bouncing against the walls of your skull, vibrating through your chest and reaching down into your very bones. As you continue to hum, a beautiful phenomenon occurs. The mind, which is always looking for something to think about, becomes enchanted by the sound. It stops its linear chattering and begins to flow with the rhythm of the vibration. The body too responds to the music of your throat, relaxing its defenses, opening its channels, and aligning itself with the frequency of the sound. For the first time in your life, the body and the mind find themselves moving in the exact same direction, synchronized by a single unified frequency. They fall into a deep, passionate love affair with each other. They become a harmony. And the moment the body and the mind are brought together into one single point, you, the third element, the true master of the house, are suddenly set free from their tyranny, because they are no longer pulling you in different directions. The tension disappears. The soul can slip out through the back door, completely unnoticed, unhindered by their struggle. You stand outside your physical and psychological apparatus, looking at the beautiful game that is going on between your body and your mind. You see the body gently swaying with the rhythm. You see the mind feeling immensely peaceful, calm, and quiet. And you realize with absolute clarity that you are neither the body nor the mind. You are the independent witness, the luminous presence that observes the whole symphony from a space of absolute safety and eternal stillness. This is the true meaning of the English word ecstasy, to stand outside. When you can stand outside your own mechanism and look at it with absolute detachment, you have entered the world of the divine. You have reached the farther shore where there is no longer any suffering, no longer any anxiety, no longer any death. You are filled with a benediction that cannot be described in words, a peace that surpasses all human understanding. But let me warn you about a very dangerous pitfall that lies hidden in this beautiful practice. Chanting and humming are so sweet, so deeply relaxing, that it is incredibly easy to get lost in the comfort of the sound. If you lose your alertness, if you allow your consciousness to become drunk on the rhythm and dissolve into a state of semi-unconsciousness, then the meditation has merely functioned as an intoxicant. It has become a spiritual tranquilizer, a chemical lullaby that puts you into a pleasant, hypnotic sleep. There is nothing wrong with a good sleep. It is wonderful for your health. It repairs your tissues. It calms your nerves. But do not call it meditation. If your soul also becomes drunk along with your body and your mind, you have missed the whole point of the inner alchemy. You have used the sound as a drug, an acid trip that creates temporary chemical changes in your physiology to hide your reality from your own eyes. Fasting creates chemical changes. Taking LSD creates chemical changes. And chanting creates chemical changes. They can all produce beautiful, colorful dreams, magnificent illusions, and a false sense of weightlessness. But if awareness is missing, you are still a slave to your chemistry. You are still a robot running on a different program. The essential rule of the inner journey is that you must remain alert like a flame even when the rest of your system is drowning in sweetness. Let the body get drunk on the sound. Let the mind dissolve into the vibration. Let them fall into a deep sleep of contentment. But you must keep the lamp of your witnessing burning bright. You must stand outside and watch the drunkenness happen without becoming a part of it. If you can maintain this razor-sharp alertness in the middle of total relaxation, you have discovered the master key. Then the sound becomes a launching pad that throws you directly into the timeless sky of pure, unconditioned consciousness. This brings us to the profound question of intensity and witnessing. Many seekers get confused because they think that a witness must be someone cold, distant, and separate from the action. They believe that if they are dancing, a part of their mind must stand like a police officer in the corner of the room, watching the body move, taking notes, calculating the steps. Let me tell you, that is not witnessing. That is a split personality. It is a pathological state of self-consciousness that will prevent you from ever living your life with absolute totality. When you are in a state of true meditation, the doer and the witness are not two separate entities. Your intensity, your wholeness is your witness. When you dance, you must move into the dance so completely, with such passionate abandon, that the dancer disappears entirely. There must be no one left inside the house to say, "I am dancing." Only the dance remains the movement, the energy, the electricity of the moment. And when your intensity reaches this peak of 100% totality, a beautiful paradox occurs. In that absolute absence of the ego, a supreme alertness arises on its own accord. The whole dance becomes aware of itself. The wholeness of your being becomes a luminous mirror that registers the movement without any effort, without any division, without any tension. You do not need to divide your energy to become a witness. Your very wholeness is the awareness. It is like a fire that burns so intensely that it illuminates its own surroundings through its own light. The fire doesn't need a separate lamp to show that it is burning. Its own essence is radiant. When you are total in your laughter, total in your tears, total in your chaotic breathing, you are naturally awake. You are one single piece of consciousness, unified, integrated, and completely free from the internal friction of the ego. So, as you lie here tonight, do not try to create a split inside your head. Do not try to watch your breath as if you are a scientist observing an experiment in a laboratory. Become the breath itself. Let yourself flow in with the incoming air, and let yourself flow out with the outgoing air. Let your presence expand and contract with the natural rhythm of your lungs. And in that total surrender to your biological pulse, remain softly, effortlessly awake. You are the ocean, you are the wave, and you are the awareness that witnesses the dance of the tide. Let us explore the second stage of this evening alchemy, which involves the graceful, slow movement of your hands. The hands are the extensions of your heart, the primary instruments through which your inner energy communicates with the vast universe outside. When you open your eyes during the day, your hands are always grabbing, taking, competing, fighting to possess something from the world. They are aggressive tools of the ego, always moving with speed, with tension, with a desire to manipulate. Tonight, under the blanket of the darkness, let us reverse this movement completely. Bring your hands up to your navel center with your palms facing toward the sky. Slowly, with an elegance that belongs to the flowers, move your hands forward and let them divide into two large, beautiful circles, mirroring each other left and right before coming back to the navel. The movement must be so incredibly slow that if someone were watching you in the dim light, it would appear as if there is no motion at all. It must be a non-movement, a silent dance of energy. As your hands move outward in these slow, graceful circles, feel that you are pouring your inner energy out into the infinite cosmos. You are giving your love, your silence, your bliss, your very life force as an unconditional gift to the existence. You are no longer a beggar who is asking the world for recognition, asking for money, asking for love. You have become an emperor, a divine source that overflows with wealth, sharing its treasures with the trees, with the stars, with the dark night itself. This is the ultimate act of trust, to empty yourself completely into the universe without asking for anything in return, without keeping a single drop for tomorrow. And after a few minutes of this beautiful giving, turn your hands over so that your palms are facing down toward the earth and reverse the direction of the circle. Now, your hands move outward to the sides of your body and come together toward your navel center. As they move in this gentle reverse path, feel that you are receiving the infinite blessings of the universe back into your core. The existence is not ungrateful. It is a magnificent valley that echoes whatever song you sing into it. If you give it anger, it returns 100-fold rage. If you give it love, if you pour your silence into its womb, it responds by showering you with an abundance of cosmic energy, divine protection, and absolute peace. Your navel center is your original roots, the sacred spot where you were connected to the life force of your mother before your birth, the place where you are still connected to the primordial energy of the universe. When your hands bring the cosmic blessings back to your navel, you are recharging your biological batteries from the eternal source. You feel a deep, warm sensation spreading through your abdomen, moving up into your chest, relaxing your heart, clearing your throat, and illuminating your brain cells with a cool, radiant light. You are no longer an isolated, lonely drop of water fighting against the world. You are deeply rooted in the ocean of life, sustained by its infinite power, guided by its supreme intelligence. And then comes the final stage of this nightly transformation, the stage of absolute immobility. You drop your hands, you close your eyes completely, and you lie or sit absolutely still, like a stone statue carved out of a mountain. For 15 minutes, there is no movement at all, not in your body, not in your hands, not in your breath, and not in your mind. You become a complete zero, a blank page, an empty sky that has no boundaries and no definitions. Outside, everything is frozen. Inside, everything has come alive with a brilliant, silent intensity. You are no longer in the territory of time. You have stepped into the world of eternity. You see the thoughts passing by on the far horizon of your mind, like distant meteors that burn themselves out in the atmosphere, leaving the dark space completely untouched. You see the sensations of your body fading away, becoming vague and distant, until you can no longer tell where your skin ends and the air begins. You have dissolved into the universe. You have become the night itself. This is the state of unconditioned rest, the ultimate reprogramming of your subconscious mind. When you enter your sleep from this space of absolute nothingness, your rest is no longer a chaotic processing of daytime garbage. It becomes a sacred meditation, a deep, profound plunge into the divine womb where all your cells are rejuvenated, all your nerves are rewired, and your entire soul is washed clean of the dust of the world. You wake up in the morning with a fresh, virgin consciousness, with eyes that see the beauty of the world for the very first time, and with a heart that is ready to celebrate every single moment of existence with absolute totality. So, let go completely now, my friend. There are no more instructions to follow, no more movements to make, no more words to listen to. The night has taken over the world. The silence has taken over your room, and your own true being has taken over your consciousness. Trust the darkness, trust the stillness, trust the compassionate intelligence of this magnificent universe to hold you, to guide you, and to love you exactly as you are. You are a child of the stars, a beautiful, unique flower in the garden of existence. And tonight is your opportunity to dissolve into your source and remember your true face. Slide deeper into your mattress. Let your body become completely heavy, completely loose, as if you are melting into the bed itself. Let the breath come and go like a soft breeze through an empty house, leaving no trace, leaving no sound. You are here, you are now, you are safe, and you are eternally free. You can find our ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol, Reclaim Your God Mode, available in the description below.